and I just realized something. I never actually turned my mic on, so that's super fun. Well, okay, let's just start right from the top then. I am so sorry about that. Having some horrible... I actually mentioned this in the beginning. I've had some horrible audio issues, and I haven't really been able to seemingly get things right for the last half an hour since I turned the stream on. So I completely and wholly apologize for the intro being so long, no audio, or very little audio, or the fact that we were so late because this was supposed to start at noon, and it's now 1:30. So I am so sorry everything took so long today, and that there wasn't any audio for the first part of that. So yeah, that part's kind of a bummer. But again, I haven't... this is actually my first time streaming on YouTube. I've streamed on Twitch for... I actually streamed on Twitch for years under a gaming channel, and this is my first time doing it on YouTube at all, but I've only streamed my miniatures one other time, and that was on Twitch. Twitch was giving me some problems this morning. I got up at like 7 o'clock to try and get everything figured out, and I still started late, so... But my husband helped me before he went to work and helped me get set up so I could stream on YouTube today. And he's doing all my editing now. And I'm super, super thankful for that because it's been such a pain to figure anything out before that. So I'm fixing a few things real quick because, like I said before, everything has been so bad. There, we should have some music in there now. Wow. I can't believe how... there we go. That's all we need right now. If the music's too loud, if you guys just want to let me know, that would be fantastic. I'm trying to adjust things as we go. But yeah, it's been an interesting couple of months trying to get all this sorted out and straightened out. Like I said, Twitch is not allowing me to really do anything right now. I will say we have a new video coming out next week, and I just recorded a kind of like a 2026 update, and I did a Christmas haul of everything that I got for Christmas this year from for miniatures. Everybody in my family kind of knows now that miniatures are my thing, and so I got a couple from my in-laws, I got a couple from my dad, and I got a couple from my husband. So I'm super excited to share that haul video with you, and I gave some updates about the kinds of videos and things that'll be coming for 2026. So I'm really, really excited about that coming out. My husband Kyle is editing it this weekend, and it should be coming out next week. So be looking for that on the YouTube channel, and you'll have to give me a little bit of grace today for doing YouTube streaming for the very first time. Obviously, it's new to me. I am much more used to Twitch streaming, and everything to me is just so much more streamlined over there. My goal is to do dual streaming YouTube and Twitch in the future. We tried doing that this morning, but for some reason Twitch was giving me lots of issues and stream keys and all of that because I changed my account. I used to have a gaming channel. Some of you may know me from my AL the Fox gaming channel. I kind of put that to the side because as much as I absolutely loved it, I love gaming. Gaming is a huge part of my life, and I loved streaming and connecting with people. It was so, I wouldn't say time consuming, but time constrained to... You have to be streaming at this days and these long specific hours, and if you don't, your numbers are really going to drop. Same kind of goes for YouTube, but at least you can spread that out and decide when you're doing things more and make it more adaptable to your life. So I'm wanting to come back and do streaming with you guys so we can stream some great builds, work on more things, and see more neat stuff that more things that I want to show you. So I'm still going to come back to streaming once a week on Saturdays. That's why we're here today. And the rest of the time we'll just be releasing other videos, and more that'll be coming in the update video as well. So with all that being said, I think everything is straightened out now. I am so sorry there was no audio before. I am absolutely certain it's working now. I can see everything working. So, we're just gonna jump right into it. Hope everything works today. Okay. It looks like the audio's working, and the music's working and everything, so yeah, we'll see if this works. Okay, I have a few things I'm going to pull out. If any of you saw the last stream that we did, which I believe was back in August, I think, I was working on this miniature specifically. And this is what we're going to try and finish today. I'm just pulling out all my parts and stuff. So I'll show you guys. I'm going to push this to the side just for a second and give you an idea of what we're trying to finish. So this is the actual finished product. Trying to get it out of the light is so difficult. There we go. But that's what it's actually supposed to look like. So we still got some more staircases to put on. We have a lot of things over here to still finish. This is the majority of what we still have to do. And we have to finish the base. So not loads left. I would say it's like 3/4 of the way done. But still plenty to work on. So that's what we're going to do today. I think the last time I left off... Yep, I was right here. I was working on this part. And I've been custom painting everything, so I don't know if you can see it from the pictures, but this is a much lighter wood in this picture. I think I've actually got some of it. So originally this brick siding here was this lighter color, and it's just what came off of the cutout pressboard stuff, but I really wanted to make it look nicer, so I grabbed some of my Warhammer paints and I used Citadel's Basilicanum Gray to kind of get into the cracks and crevices of this. And I've even thought about getting some moss on here, kind of like I did in the back of this one, and just kind of let it trickle down and do stuff like this. And we have a ton of moss left, and I still need to paint the tops of these trims here. I didn't do the trim, so this is actually the original color that this stuff was right here. So all of this was that color. Now, I don't know why I didn't paint it. I think just because to give it a little bit of difference in tone and kind of make it stand out a little bit more. I might go back and paint it. I'm not 100% sure yet. And then we have, this was the other piece I worked on. This part's done in and of itself. It just needs to go in the finished miniature. This was really fun. So it came in a much lighter color. This was really fun. Actually, I think it is the base color, just about. There's not much difference in this at all, but I color matched this as best I could, and I did all the edges, so like all the edges on the stairs here, anything in the middle of this, and all the in-betweens of this, because you could really see, it looked like this, I'll just put it that way. It actually looked like this on every single edge, and you can kind of see it on the back too. This is what it would have looked like. You would have seen some of this nice blue, but then all these weird just open wood edges. So I color matched it and I painted all the edges to try to get it as close as I possibly could. And that's really what I like doing with these. I love doing more than it just looks in the original. And I had a lot of fun doing that on the inset of this. So I did a lot of that on the bricks, and it just looked so nice having it in the bricks like that. And I've done all the, really zooming in there. I've done it on all of the railings as well. I paint all of these in like 3 different coats of a white. And I've been using Army Painter's matte white because I haven't really found a really good matte white from Citadel that's available. Every time I go to a Warhammer store or a game store that has Citadel paints, they never have a good matte white available. So I usually end up buying Army Painter's matte white. So that's what I've done so far. Just to give you guys a little update into what I've been doing. I really love this. I just have to show this to you guys first. I love these little doors that it had me put on. You can't open them. They're not really movable. But I just love all the little tidbits. All the scrolls, which were really easy to do. Just put a dab of glue on and roll them up and hold them in place for a while. But all these little like beads turned into potion jars are literally my favorite thing in the whole world. And I'm probably going to incorporate stuff like this into my next build, which I'm actually working on. I don't know if any of you have ever played the game Potion Craft, but I'm working on an actual potion craft build, my own custom project. Of the entire house of potion craft, so I'm really excited to put that one together, and I'm getting all the concept work for that done now. And hopefully there'll be a future video about that. I just haven't gotten fully into that yet, because we have lots of things coming down the pipeline already. A few things I'm going to set up real quick that I hadn't set up yet. And I'm going to grab okay. I'm just changing some things around, sorry. I'm just changing some things around, sorry. Because I want to make everything more visual so you can see, because my top-down camera doesn't give me a lot of space. There we go. There we go. So I apologize if nothing's perfectly as it should be. Okay. If nothing's perfectly as it should be. Plus there's so much stuff that goes with this one. Oh, you know what? This is the wrong one. When you think of it. My apologies. All my Magic House parts I left in here. My apologies. Okay. Those parts I left in here. Okay. So everything's actually in this one. Including our little mushroom tops that I was working on. These aren't, I think that's the last thing I was doing because I'm not 100% done with that one yet. So we'll take those out. These aren't, I think that's the last thing I was doing because I'm not 100% done with that one yet. But like I said, there's a ton of that moss left, so we can add plenty of that. Like I said, there's a ton of that moss left, so we can add plenty of that. Oh, I did put the chandelier, and here I am looking for all the chandelier parts. And the chandelier's actually in already, and already hooked up to the wiring too, which is just kind of chilling right now because I don't have any of it put together. But I always test these before I even stick them in or glue them in, and it works perfectly. Looks a little bit tilted though, which is kind of a bummer. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Looks a little bit tilted though, which is kind of a bummer. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Okay, so I needed to make 7 mushrooms. So what I'm doing, 7 mushrooms, is I'm using all these little bead pieces. I think these come out of flowers. I think that's where these come from. And I'm cutting them off. Bead pieces. I think these come out of flowers. I think that's where these come from. So if you can see them up here. There we go. And I'm cutting them off and kind of etching them a little bit, and I only have to do it a tiny bit with an X-Acto knife, and the little white dots show up. So that's what I'm doing to actually make these little mushroom caps. With an X-Acto knife, and the little white dots show up. So that's what I'm doing to actually make these little mushroom caps. Oops, sorry. So much readjusting all the time. Oops, sorry. So much readjusting all the time. Okay. I'm sorry, I was having, once again, more audio issues. I noticed we were having a reverb happening, so I was trying to fix that real quick, but hopefully it's gone now. We'll see how things go. Trying to get some things moved around. Now, if I remember correctly, these were insanely hard to even take off of here without ruining them. Get that giant wire out of the way. There we go. There we go. I was just trying to remove... It's already kind of split itself, which is unfortunate, but I might be able to cut it there. Yep. It's already kind of split itself. Just did it for me. Now, I thought these were like soft little... you know, styrofoamy thingies that you would have to etch into or maybe even paint on, but this is like chalk. This is really like a weird chalky material. Let's see if I can zoom in on it even more. This is really like a weird chalky material. There we go. Oops. There we go. But yeah, this stuff's really, really, like, chalky. And it's hard to not... Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's hard to not get it to just crack apart completely, so I'm trying my best to just get it to come off, kind of. But if I push too hard, look at that, it just starts breaking apart. These were definitely not the best for this idea. Starts breaking apart. Oh, these were definitely not the best. Oh, I guess I can use that half. See, I've got, how many do I have? I have 5 that are done. I only need 7. I have 5 that are done. I only need 7. This calls for tweezers. Oh my god. That one's done. one's done. 3. 4. 5. If it'll set correctly for me. There. I have 5 that are done, so I just need 2 more. I have 5 that are done, so I just need 2 more. So I'm going to try, this is the only thing I need this stuff for, so I'm going to try to get as many of these looking good as I can first, and then we'll pick which ones we're gonna use. Don't really like any of these. This one's not bad though. Yeah, all I have to do is put this on there just a tiny bit, and it'll etch it. And it breaks. I guess I can still kind of use that one, but that's really, really bad. Maybe I can use this one. But literally, this has probably been the most annoying part for me out of this whole miniature. None of the other plants were annoying, but this has been annoying. Also, while trying not to slice myself. That should work okay. Just a question if I can actually etch into it. That should work okay. Just a question if I can actually etch into it. There's one. Well, I got a couple. See if it'll actually focus. See if it'll actually focus. Oops. I want to see if I can just hold this one down. There we go. We're gonna call that one a success. Aha! That might work. Could this be our last one? Okay, I'm gonna call those a success. And we have a backup. we can get it to sit correctly. We have a backup if we need it. So those are going to be our mushrooms. There we go. So I'm going to hang on to the 3 that still have a couple on it. And these we can toss. So I'm going to hang on to the 3 that still have a couple on it. And these we can toss. All our little fails thrown away. Okay, now next thing I want us to do is we're actually going to cut out. Okay, now next Oops. Thing I want us to do is we're actually going to cut out. I am so sorry. Oops. I am so sorry. You can tell I haven't done this in a while. So we're actually going to cut out some lengths of this white bending wire. So we're actually going to cut out some lengths of this. It's wire. It's wire. I'm just taking some nylon pliers and kind of going around it to try and straighten it out a little bit. But sometimes they come pretty bent or bent in half, and obviously you need them straight. So getting yourself a good pair of nylon pliers is really helpful. So getting yourself a good pair of nylon pliers is really helpful. And we need 2 at 0.8, 2 at 0.4, and 2 at 0.6. And I just realized my wire cutters are downstairs with all my Warhammer stuff, so give me one quick second and I'll be right back. I'm just going to go grab those wire cutters. Downstairs with all my Warhammer stuff, so give me one quick second and I'll be right back. I'm just going to go grab those wire cutters. Okay. Well, I'm kind of glad I went down there because I realized I've forgotten a couple other things too. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 at 0.8, I think it was. 2 at 0.8, 2 at 0.4, and 2 at 0.6. Okay, we'll finally get back to it. So we're going to do 2 at 0.8. There's 1. There's the 2.8 one, the 0.8 ones. There are 2 of them. And then we'll do 0.6. The 0.8 ones. There are 2 of them. We'll do 0.6. And then we'll do 2 at 0.4. There we go. We still have a little bit left over. I always keep any leftover parts until like the entire thing's done. And then I kind of sort them out. And I might put some with other miniature stuff I use for later. Or in other projects. Okay, so I'm going to use my even tinier tweezers here. And I am going to attempt to glue these into here. I'm not really sure how I'm going to achieve that yet. I've got several different glues. I'm going to try the beacons 3-in-1 first and see if that is easy. I'm going to try the beacons 3-in-1 first and see if that is easy. And it looks like my husband took my tiny glue bottle downstairs, so we're going to just try using this one. I have another smaller. I don't want to dump more into another one because I already have one for this, but I love using these smaller bottles that have, you can kind of see it's like a needle tip. It's really nice, especially for beacons. And I've got one downstairs, but I really just want to keep going and not continue to stop. So if I need to go down and get it, I will, but let's see if we can get this to work first. It's not wanting to... I might just have to hold these in my hand. I also don't know if it's going to take to this weird chalky stuff, but we'll see. Welcome to the most fun part of miniatures, the waiting. Oh. I think it worked. Look at that, y'all. Actually worked. Cool. What'd be great is if I had like some foam I could stick it into to keep it there. I have none. I know where some is downstairs, but I really just want... Oh, is it gonna stay? I think it's gonna stay. Yeah, it's gonna stay. Cool. So we're just gonna leave these off to the side. I think the key is just holding it, honestly. Some of these have holes in them from when I pulled the string out. Dang it, I forgot to get paper towel. There we go. It is so easy to get glue on myself. I actually should probably have glue, or not glue, I should probably have gloves up here because I've got specialized UV resin glue that you absolutely cannot get on yourself, but I'm not using it right this second, so... UV resin glue that you absolutely cannot get on yourself. This stuff keeps wanting to come out way more than it should. This stuff keeps wanting to come out way more than it should. Oh, that was helpful. I didn't need glue, it just went straight in there. Except now it's the wrong size. That's okay. It went in, I'm happy. That's okay. It went in, I'm happy. For the third one, yeah, see, this is the problem I usually have if I don't have it in its own thing. It just comes out in huge globs. Okay. Globs. Try that again. I will say that is super helpful if there's already a hole in it. Because it's literally done. That part's great. Smaller ones are kind of a pain, however. That was, I already know that was way too much. I got more glue on myself than I did on the mushroom cap. Well, I think I'm having enough problems. I think I'm gonna go grab the tiny beacons bottle that we took downstairs for Warhammer minis. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab it and I'll be right back. That we took downstairs for Warhammer minis. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab it and I'll be right back. Okay. This is what I was talking about. It's much, much smaller. This is what I was talking about. It's much, much smaller. Doesn't sound like it's blocked either, so. Doesn't sound like it's blocked either, so. Oh, we'll try this again. Oh, we'll try this again. The hardest part is how long you actually have to wait to use this stuff. The hardest part is how long you actually have to wait to use this stuff. Or not to use it, but I should say to wait for it to dry can be kind of a pain. Or not to use it, but I should say to wait for it to dry can be kind of a pain. There we go. There we go. Looks like I already lost one of these things. Oh no, I only did 6. I needed to have 3 that were at 0.6. Okay, so I'll do one more of those here in a second. I'm just trying to get this thing centered correctly between my fingers so it doesn't stick to me. don't look exactly the way I wanted them to, but that's okay. Need one more 0.6. There we go. And one more. The teeniest tiny one. And this one has a little bit of a hole from pulling it off the thread, so. This might be easier. There we go. Alright, all mushrooms are done. Cool. And I've still got 6 more of those little flower doodads that they actually go on. 6 more of those little... Okay, so we're finally done with the mushrooms. And we can move on to making some books. So I'm actually going to move these out of the way. I've got a little tray just up here off camera that I can set them in. Find what all these are, I believe. I think I did these already. It looks like they're done because it's these ones out of the stickers. So I must have completed some books and then put them out of the stickers somewhere. Oh, here they are. Yep, I did do these already. I just skipped the mushrooms because I didn't want to deal with it. But now they're done. So here's our books. I think I have to glue some of the pages together. So these are... I know what these are now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is the burned notebook that I had to put together. This sits on the little apothecary table. I think this one sits on the table. Sits on the little apothecary table. Oh no, all of this stuff. I was gonna say I finished the garden already. All of this stuff sits up here. All the there's like extra books. It's a book table. The mushrooms are growing kind of out of the pages. Oh, this is gonna be neat. Okay, so I finished this already. It's a little like burned pages notebook. So that one's done. And then I have 4 books that it was 2 of those tiny pieces of wood for each one glued together. And I kind of just left the wood showing because I thought it kind of looked like old pages. So I just left it that way. And then there's these neat little sticker book covers that went on here. So there's 4 of those. They're gonna either get stacked or something else. And then I've got these 4 books that are just supposed to lay open, and they actually have pages. These have legit pages that I kind of folded and stuck in here. But what I'd like to do is get it kind of bound to the back so the pages don't come off anymore. And for that, I'm just going to use some tacky glue. I'm just going to lift it up just for a second so I can get to that spine in there. I just don't want the pages to keep coming out like an accordion like this. But I think back when I was working on this, I did a lot of this on my own. The last live stream, I think I was putting the moss down the back here like that. I distinctly remember doing that on live. But all of this I did in my own time. I think I did it over, it was either Thanksgiving break or Christmas break or something. I did it in my own time. But I was getting, I've talked to a few crafting friends that are either in business or they're on YouTube or both, and they get kind of bummed when everything starts to just become about work. And I've kind of started to notice that myself. Anytime I get a new miniature, I feel like it has to go on the channel, which is probably why I'm going to do a lot of these live streams, because it lets me just work and not really have to think about, you know, recording, or, I mean, I am recording, but it's less to think about. I can kind of sit it and forget it and just go, which is what I would kind of do if I'm just working by myself anyway, so I figured it'd be a good way to still let you guys see how I do everything, enjoy the process with me, and still get better at my craft. A lot of the reason I wanted to do DIY sets wasn't just to create tutorials. That was my main purpose, because I never found good tutorials on the internet for the miniature sets I wanted to do. There were the instructions that were either in another language or felt like they were translated from another language. And that was really about it. I didn't find much on the internet that was helpful of how to make your miniatures better, how to do specific things that the instructions say that they don't really expand on. And so I thought that's what I should do. I love doing this, so I want to... I'm going to make a channel that kind of turns this into a tutorial, and a video tutorial of the kits that you see online. So I am putting as many of them online as I possibly can. That's why we have the Mayberry Street playlist of videos that are purely just in... Oops, I am so sorry, I'm moving my camera. My foot keeps hitting my tripod. That's what I get for working in a small space. But yeah, that's why I did the Mayberry Street series, because there were no tutorials for that. And although Mayberry Street does a really good job of having instructions. Their instruction books are some of the best that I've used, but sometimes you just need something more visual instead of just looking at it off a page. And being somebody who has ADHD and who is much more visual, especially watching somebody do something, I can get something down if I just watch somebody do something half the time. So I thought, what better way than to make tutorials of it online. And then I started working on these bigger sets, the Roll Life, the Robotime, the CuteBee, I know there's a ton of other brands on, you know, Temu and Shein, and I know there's a ton of other brands and stuff like that. But I saw all these other bigger sets, and there were no real video tutorials on those either, and those really need tutorials. So I thought at the very least, I just want to have fun with these with other people. I don't know anybody else that did miniatures. None of my friends do these. And I love doing things. I love being in community and doing things with other people. So as introverted as I am, I absolutely love doing stuff like this with other people. I was in Girl Scouts growing up, and we always did crafting and doing crafts and other fun stuff like that, and just being in a group together with my friends was always so much fun. So I love having the opportunity to kind of create that space online now, and that's a big reason why I do what I do. I love having the opportunity to kind of create that space online now, and that's a big reason why I do what I do. And those are looking much more book-like now. And if any of you are online and watching right now, let me know, or watching live I should say, let me know if like the audio's not working, because that's been a huge problem for me today in particular for some reason. I've had huge issues with the audio. If any of you saw the first 10 minutes of this, you'll know the audio issues have been a problem for me today. Or the music or anything like that. I'm actually using stream approved music from the productivity game Ithia. And there's some great streamer friendly playlists on there that I absolutely love. They're original to the developer of the game, and the developers have made at least 3 of their playlists available to use for streamers. I don't know if that's specific to streaming Ithia itself. I think it's just stream friendly. So that's what we're listening to today. I hope everybody enjoys it. That's what we're listening to today. I hope everybody enjoys it. I think I might have unlocked a few things, so you might have heard some random noises in the background. I think I might have unlocked a few things. There we go. Okay, all the books are acting like books now. There we go. Okay, all the books are acting like books now. Okay, next, we're going to add a couple of the mushrooms and some moss. I just have to decide what was up and what was down for this. I think this is up. Yes, that's up. Okay. Oops. There we go. Oops. So I'm going to add... I'm going to get started with the moss. And one thing I want to do real quick, this is something I like to do when I'm just doing little bits of glue and I don't want it all over my fingers. One thing I want to do real quick, this is something I like to do when I'm just is I actually grab an old paintbrush and this little metal tin thing. I can't remember. I got this in some painting set. I can't remember exactly where. It was probably at Hobby Lobby. But I just take a little bit of like regular alcohol, 91%. But I just take a little bit of like regular alcohol, 91%. And I put it in this tray just to have on hand. And this glue wipes off anywhere you put it, so. A little bit of that right there. And this is that Aliens tacky glue. And since I basically have to paint on some glue to use with the moss, I'm just gonna dip my glue in there. And I actually have to put, I believe, some of these mushrooms in first, because if I don't, it's not going to sit properly with the moss. So now that the glue's on, I'm going to pick a couple of these. Oops, that's what I was afraid of. How the heck were these going to stand up? Right now I'm just trying to hold them in place. I can always add more glue. Right now I'm just trying to hold them in place. I can always add more glue. Oops. You know what I might have to do? So I'm actually going to wipe this off. And this will give me a good chance to try something else. I had a feeling that might not work. But I have an idea I kind of want to try. A friend of mine told me about this. A lot of you who know miniatures probably already know about it. But I'm actually going to try, since these are just like literally sitting in something so fine and has to hold up straight pretty quickly. I'm actually going to try and see if my new UV resin glue works. And this is the stuff where generally you have to wear gloves, and I probably should be, but just for sticking the mushrooms in, I'm going to use tweezers, and I've got my little UV light here that goes with it. But I'm going to be as careful as I possibly can and just dab on a tiny bit and try to get all of these mushrooms seated on here properly. So we're just going to do one at a time. And I'm just going to do a tiny bit. All I'm going to do... Now, since it is glue, it'd be great if I could just... Stacking, that's going to be terrible. It would be so great if I could just have them all together. one spot. Looks like I'll just have to do it one at a time. So the only problem with this is if I get UV glue on the tweezers, it's not going to come off. So this actually could be kind of an issue. But getting these things to stick is such a pain, so I'm willing to try to see if I can at least get it to work. I don't have any glue on this part right now. Nope, that's not gonna work. One at a time it is. Alright, here goes nothing. And there we go. It's in. Now, unfortunately, I'll have to do that all 3 times, but at least I know it's going to stick. And I won't have to worry about it. I'm going to try to do even less. Which is so hard with this stuff. There we go, there's the second one. I'm thankful this is working. And I don't like how shiny it's looking, but this is all going to be covered by moss. So this shouldn't be that big of a deal. The tiniest little dab there. And again, total disclaimer, if you're using this kind of stuff, you have to wear gloves. I'm just being stupid today. I tell you what, that stuff really is incredible. I'll do it for just another few seconds just to make sure that glue is absolutely done. There we go. And what's really neat about this, if you ever decide you want to try stuff like this, it's rechargeable. So you just shove it into a USB charger and you can charge your little UV light. I would love to put this stuff in one of these, but I think it has to be a black bottle for UV glue. Okay, now that we're done with that, we can just get the moss in. Which is funny that they wanted you to do that first, but I can't imagine, and you'll see in a second how unruly this moss can be, but I can't imagine putting all the moss on and then trying to get glue back on top of it and get the mushrooms in there. So, in my mind, this is definitely something that needed to happen first. So now I am going to go back with the tacky glue. We're going to do the paintbrush thing again because it just works the best. So bring this back. And believe it or not, I think my glue's actually clogged, which is why it's not coming out very well. Yep, it was. I keep a little pin right up here so I can get glue out of the tip easier. Right up here so I can get glue out of the tip easier. And the alcohol makes it come off that much easier. There we go. Okay. That looks way better now. There we go. Okay. Let's put a little bit of it up here again. I don't need a lot. Okay. And if I... Yep, that is hard as a rock now. And if I... Yep, loosen up the paintbrush, still might have had a tiny bit of glue on it. Still might have had a tiny bit of glue on it. Just wipe it all down. Just wipe it all down. And we're going to go right over top of it. And we're going to go right over top of it with the Aleene's tacky glue. Oops. And then I'm going to use my wide tweezers, which actually have glue on it, so that's another great reason to have the alcohol around, is you can get glue off your tweezers really fast. There we go. And since it's tacky, it's not going to dry instantly, which is great, but I'm just going to take some of the moss. And since it's tacky, it's not going to dry instantly, which gets messy really quick. I swear this stuff is like magnetic to everything but what it needs to go on. Which gets messy really quick. I swear this stuff is like magnetic to everything but what it needs to go on. There we go. including trying to press it in. Okay, I also want to get some kind of in between the pages a little bit. So I'm going to lift a couple of these up. In between the pages a little bit. Just a little bit. Curl them over a little. Like that. And I'm going to get some glue in there and try to shove some moss in between the cracks. Like that. And I'm going to get some glue in there and try to shove some moss in between. Kind of right down there. Right up in here. Right down there. Just to make it look like the moss is spreading. Just to make it look like the moss is spreading. Which can be a bigger pain in the butt than you might realize. There we go. There we go. And even with a little bit still coming out, at least it looks like it's in between the pages, and there's mushrooms growing out of it. Still coming out. At least it looks like it's in between the pages, and there's mushrooms growing out of it. Okay, now it actually wants me to cut out something from the instruction book, so I'm going to try putting this away. We'll get back to the moss in a little bit. For now, I'm going to try to clean up just some. And the alcohol takes the glue off like instantly. And since the glue inevitably would get stuck to your tweezers along with the moss, you'll lose a little bit of moss in the process, but it gets everything clean. Okay, so it actually wants me to cut something off from this thing. It wants me to cut. There we go. It wants me to cut this thing out and use that. So we'll go ahead and do that next. It wants me to cut this thing out and use that. Oh, okay. So I need something off of one of the sheets of paper. Which I think is in here. Oops, sorry. Second, I'm just trying to find what happened to this. I think it's a piece of paper. It's probably in my stuff. Huh. Okay. That's interesting. So it's actually not in the papers that it comes with, which is interesting. So I'm just going to show you real quick. It shows that it wants me to cut this out on top of this brown stuff. And it mentions what the number is, what the designation is, all that. And it's actually something I've used a ton of. So I'm not really sure how I'm going to make this work. Because it's the sandpaper that came with the kit. I didn't know that the sandpaper was going to be an item that you use. So I might try getting this middle part I haven't touched. Yeah, I might try doing that. But it literally wants you to like glue it to this and then cut it out. So I'm going to attempt that. I'm going to tear off this one piece that I did do. But it looks like I might be able to get what I want out of this right there. So yeah, I might be able to make this work. Okay, I'm going to try and glue this down. I'm just going to say this is a first. I've never seen the kit say, yeah, you're actually going to use your sandpaper as part of the decor. So this is kind of new. There we go, straighten things out a little bit while I'm sitting here. Alright. I'll try to cut out the general vicinity. Oh, this is gonna destroy my... I don't know, does sandpaper just... I think it does. These are my good scissors. I don't want to destroy this. I think it does. I have some scissors that I really like. These I don't care as much about. much about, so. Oh, I hate how that feels. I feel like I'm wrecking my scissors. I'm gonna have to use the big scissors for this because I don't like the idea of destroying my little ones. And it'll look wonky, and that's okay. I think that's what it's supposed to kind of look like anyway, so. Actually, that worked out pretty well. There's the piece I need. It's so weird though, I can't believe it's having me use a piece of sandpaper. Usually the sandpaper is just what they give you in a kit to, well, sand stuff down with, but... It's not going to look super pretty or even realistic, but... Oh, my poor scissors. I don't like this sensation. I don't like how this feels. I don't like this sensation. I don't like how this feels. There. I guess I could try taking this off now. There. It actually thins it out a lot. That's probably more what they wanted for it anyway, so. It actually thins it out a lot. That works. That's the shape that it wanted, and I am absolutely cleaning this up now. This is so gross. It has sand literally everywhere, so. I'm gonna move a few things off camera real quick so I can clean this. Just while I'm here, I'm going to cut this down so I can still use it. Alright. I'm actually going to take a little bit of alcohol and wipe them off, see if that helps. Believe it or not, they don't look or feel too horribly damaged, so... Believe it or not, they don't look or feel too horribly damaged. Yeah, they actually still feel pretty good. But I'm not planning on doing that again without, like, specified scissors that are for that and nothing else, because that felt ugh. Okay, try that hot mess again, or not try that hot mess again, I should say. Okay, try that hot mess again, or not try that hot mess again, I should say. Okay. Now let's see. So this is the front part up here. And I'm going to be placing, this is the front part of it. It looks like an open book. I'm going to be placing like that. It looks like an open book. And then one of the wooden ones. And then one of the wooden ones. Two of the wooden ones on top of it like that. So this really needs to be shut, actually. On top of it like that. So not just have the spine down, but it actually needs to be closed. So not just have the spine down, but it actually needs to be closed. Whoops. I'm just gonna dab a tiny bit on each page. I'm just gonna dab a tiny bit without ruining the edges, hopefully. And squish. And looks like I need to do that to a couple more. So I'm just going to clamp this down for a second while I finish a couple of the other ones. I'm just going to clamp this down for a second. Because it looks like they all have to be like that. Because it looks like they all have to be like that. Yep, they all have to be clamped down. Yep, they all have to be clamped down. That page was a little too long. My husband got me a nice big box of these clamps, which is fantastic. mess here. There we go. This one should be done. Yep. I'm not really sure what kind of glue I should use for sticking something on sandpaper. Maybe we'll try beacons. I'll try beacons and see if that works. Looks like it wants to work. That doesn't look too bad. And now we're gonna do, so those come later. Now we're gonna do these two on top. And then another little bit of it just on top of that. And I'm actually gonna try clamping this for a second, and I'm gonna try getting the other books kind of stacked together before I put it on here, so. There we go. Really get that glued down good. Okay. Now we have two of the other books. Two of the thick boys. And these are going to stack so that you can see the pages. So we're going to use... Usually I use aliens, but I have beacons out right now, so that's what we're going to use. Stacking kind of like that. Those are ready to go, and then we're going to do a wood book. Last paper book. And then the final wood book on top. Just like that. Just like that. There. So there's one book stack. And here's the books that technically go underneath that. And this one's probably done now. And here's the books that technically go underneath that. There we go. And this one's probably done now. That's not going anywhere, as my husband would say. Like Beacon's already ready to go. Oh, it's dried. Jeez. There we go. Now I'm going to clamp these down because I really don't want these going anywhere while I'm trying to finish it. Now it looks like it wants me to take, once all these are glued on here, it wants me to take this map, B148. And what I like to do whenever I pull stuff off a perforation like that is I'll just trim the sides because it has those little pop-off pieces on it. There we go. Just a little very old world map. And it wants you to wrinkle it. So, just, I know. Oops. Make it look used and worn, and I'm just gonna curl it into a ball. And then I'll unravel it. That should be nice and wrinkled. Oh yeah. That looks nice and old now. Looks like it wanted me to wrinkle it in the other direction. Oh yeah. That looks nice. There we go. That'll work. And then this will actually sit on this other book here, like that. And then the mushroom book sits on top of that. Okay, those books are down good, and then we'll put on this last stack here. Don't need a lot. So those big bubbles you saw on the top of this are the reason you always put the cap back on when you're done. I just didn't think about it. So those big bubbles you saw on the top of this are the reason you always put the cap back on when you're done. This one's going to be harder to clamp, but I'm going to attempt it. We get it? I think we got it. Just gonna hold that there for a second. page it's wanting to come up over here. See if we can get that to stay down. Alright, we'll just let that sit for just a second while that glue inside the book dries down. Alright, we'll just let that sit for just a second while that glue inside the book dries down. And while this is all gluing, kind of holding itself together real quick, I'm going to go make myself a coffee real fast. Oops. And hopefully stop touching the tripod. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee real fast. We'll take a quick 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Tripod. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee real fast. We'll take a quick 5 minutes and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back. And still working on, I think the books are done. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yep, that's done. So there's our little yep, that's done. So there's our books sitting around, and then this bottom one here, I wish it would lay, I mean it'll lay flat once it's our books sitting around, and then this bottom one here, I didn't get any glue on there. I want these bottom ones to lay flat. So I'm gonna clamp that for another minute or so. Shouldn't take really long. So the next thing we're gonna do is the map's gonna lay on top of that set of books, and then the mushroom book goes on top of that, kind of just like facing out and open. On top of that set of books. So after the mushroom books go on, the rest, I'll just kind of sit these out of the way and show you what's coming next. So those all sit here. And, see, can I back out a little bit more? Yeah, I can. There we go. Okay, so what's going to happen is those set of books are going to sit like back in the, kind of back in the corner here. Back in this area, and it'll cover up this wire. But I have 2 lights left on here, and it looks like it wants me to hide the lights behind the mushroom books. Tidy up the lamp wires and hide them behind the mushroom book. So that's honestly a tad bit confusing because the wires need to connect to something. Oh, okay. So it looks like it wanted me to do something with a battery box, and I didn't see it. So we can look at that now while this is trying to finish drawing. So it looks like it wanted me to do something with a battery box. So this had 3 lamp heads on it, and the first one is already in where the chandelier is. That one's already inside there. So there were 2 more, these 2 right here. And it looks like it wanted me to connect everything, which is kind of odd. So I think what it wants me to do, because this is obviously the spot where the wire goes through here, and I already connected it because it told me to. But it looks like that is kind of interesting, because if you can see, there's a little hole right there. There we go. There's a little hole behind this so that you could feed this through, which makes sense. But now it wants me to... Oh, I think I know what it wanted me to do instead. Okay. So I hate to do this, but I actually think I need to take this off so that I can... It wants me to put these two lamp wires up here and have both of these up here, both of the lights up here behind the books, and then feed this part through the back. So I think I'm gonna have to... I really don't want to do that, but the lamp wire will not go through. So, forgive me, all miniature makers out there, but it'll go back on. Ooh, that actually came off clean. Yay. Okay, so it's this part. That needs to stay here, and this will go through the bottom. Like that. I'm gonna get the old glue off. Oh, that actually went on really well and sturdy. That did not want to come off. Okay, so, and that was beacons that I did this with. Whoa. There we go. We're just gonna do a tiny bit more. At least I'm pretty sure it was beacons, unless it was, I have another glue that's a quick set gap filler. I don't think it was that glue, but we'll find out in a second. Gap filler. I don't think it was that glue, but we'll find out in a second. This is my handy dandy this is my leveler I like to use for this. There we go. Okay. That'll finish. It's on there pretty solid. It's just trying to finish drawing. But it's straight up and down. And at least I have it right now, so. I don't know exactly. Actually, I can do that part completely later. I'll be able to feed that through later. But I'm gonna have to curl this up somehow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to curl this up somehow. But it wants me to organize it behind the books, it said. I guess like that. It's the best way I can think of to do it. You guys probably can't even see what I'm doing. I'm just curling it around my... Whoops! Hello. I'm curling it around my tweezers. There we go. So at least they're together, and they're just gonna sit behind the books. Might have to pull a little bit out. There. Yeah, so those are just gonna sit back there. I'm gonna finish that in a minute. And also I want to make sure this thing is on. There. put that to the side for a second. Our books are dried down finally, and this one isn't. The ones I skimped on because I thought I didn't need to do every single one. Now it's coming back to bite me. The ones I skimped on because I thought I didn't need to do every single one. And that was way too much, but there. Okay, one more time with the clamps. And I'll just brush off the excess. There we go. Well, at least I know it'll be complete. It'll lay flat and look good. So, just as a side note while that's drying, if you use alcohol in a dish like this to, you know, clean off brushes or your fingers or your tweezers or whatever. Oh my goodness, sorry. I keep hitting that damn thing. If you use alcohol like this for cleaning and whatnot, keep your tweezers clean and all that, it's gonna dry eventually because it is alcohol. It evaporates into the atmosphere quicker than water does. And so what I do is, before it dries into there, because it'll be really hard to get off, I just kind of dump it onto my paper towel and then I wipe it out. And then if I need more, I just pour more in. But this really keeps these little tins clean. I've left so many different types of glue in these tins before in the past, and it was so bad. They were nasty. It was hard to clean out. This is my second tin, by the way, that I've used for stuff like this. And also, this is just my opinion. This isn't a brand thing or whatever, because I don't have, as of now, no brand deals or anything like that. And I wouldn't expect a brand deal from either of these two. But this is obviously the Walmart version. I really dislike the cap on this one, and I think the Kroger one is better. Not a Kroger fan by any means, but I'll show you what I mean and why I think that. So with the Kroger branded one, you can pour it and it just pours out smooth without it really like trickling down the front, and you can see it spills, like the use by date's already trickling off. So this one's kind of a pain to do, and you have to, it doesn't, I'm already spilling. And I'm pouring straight out. And it already is spilling down the front. So I really dislike the Walmart branded one. And the Kroger one has always been much better in my opinion. And you really have to cover it too when you're closing the cap, because this stuff will spray everywhere. Clean up my mess. Okay. And what's nice, I'll show you guys this on the other camera. So I got this really nice, my husband got me this one, I have two of these. And I got an orange one from Hobby Lobby and this blue one my husband got on Amazon. But I love these mats because they have these magnetic corners. There's one in each. I think there's one in each. This is magnetic, and this thing up here is magnetic. And in order for me to not spill these, I love kind of sitting this up here on this little magnetized tray, and it doesn't move. So I have less worry about spilling my alcohol while I'm spilling the isopropyl alcohol I'm using while I make this stuff. Another thing I did, and again this is just while the books are drying, might as well talk about something. I've never found a cut mat that fit this perfectly, so I actually got a whatever size this cut mat is. Oops, sorry. I think this is a 12, like it's a foot long. This is 11 3/4 by, I believe this was 9 inches originally, a 9 by 11.75, and they don't make cut mats, like I said, to fit these things. So I actually took a utility knife and I cut off like a bottom inch of this, but now I can just slide it in and it fits perfectly into here. And another thing I did, because this whole thing is lipped, like there's a lip on each edge of these, and since it's just like silicone, I actually I don't know if you can see it. You can probably see it in the other camera. Yeah, you can't see it in the other camera. I actually cut off a portion of it to make it flush and flat, and this now kind of comes over a little bit so I can wipe stuff. So I kind of bring it all down here and then wipe it off of that. But I kind of like making things work specifically for me, so this is the area I like to work in, and with everything being so small, this works out pretty well. There's a few times where I've used bigger cut mats for bigger things, or cutting out fabric or other things like that, and I have bigger cut mats for that, but this works perfect for making these videos and doing stuff like that. I have another orange and black one of these that also fits in here. But just having this be flat, I used to have it sit up on the lip and it was really annoying, but just having it like this is really, really nice. Okay. I think we can go back. Yep, now we're dry. Every book is flat, and it looks like it's laying flat too, which is great. So now we're going to take our little map piece. And this part gets glued down here. And hear my cats playing in the hallway. I cannot tell you how annoyed they get when I'm in here all day and I don't come out and play with them. I swear, I used to think cats would be like quieter than dogs, and half the time they're not. Okay, now we'll put our little mushroom book right on top here. And it looks like we'll add some more mushrooms and moss down here in the front in just a minute. There we go. Look at that. That is super cool. There we go. I'm going to pull out the resin glue again for these mushrooms because I do not trust myself. I'm going to pull out the resin glue again for these mushrooms because I do not trust myself. So I'm going to put this towards me a little bit. It looks like it only wants 2 mushrooms down here. I'm wondering where the last 2 go, just so I know. There's 2 more mushrooms that go down here. Is there another spot for said mushrooms? Aha. Yep, they come later. I was hoping I hadn't missed something. Doesn't look like I have. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and use... And we'll do that one and that one. Try and do the smallest dab humanly possible. So I don't need much. There we go. It really does not take much with this stuff at all, which is great. I was actually kind of concerned how small the bottle was when I first got it, but now I get it. You do not need a lot. Yeah, there, looks good. I'm sorry for my hand. Gotta get in on every angle. There we go. 2 more mushrooms ready to go. And then we'll do some more glue painting and get some moss down. Which could be even harder because of this, the fact that it's sandpaper. I'll tell you what, putting the glue over top of this resin stuff is so easy. It makes it no time at all. just a little bit more in there. There we go. If anybody was wondering what that noise is, it's literally just when I get alcohol in the tweezers and it pulls it through it. It's a weird off-camera sound. It pulls it through it. It's a weird off-camera sound. Okay. And we have our mushroom books. Those turned out super pretty. I love the moss in between the books. Those turned out super pretty. I love the moss. Just get off the straggler that doesn't need to be there. There we go. Focus. There we go. Oh, that's awesome. Cool. Now that that's done, we can actually sit it on our staircase. Okay. So let's attempt getting this thing on here somehow. Okay. So let's attempt getting this thing on here somehow. Oh, it looks like I have a couple of scrolls I need to roll up real quick too that are going to sit next to it. So let's do that. There's a couple scrolls B49 that I need to pop out. And I'll roll them up the same way that I did for the scrolls that are down in the cabinet down here. It's real easy. What I like to do is I have an awl, and I kind of do a pre-roll. Actually, first I'm going to cut off the perforations, kind of like I talked about before. Okay. So what I like to do, these are super cute actually, before I roll these up, just so you can see, they're like little flowers. They're like pretty flower pictures, or flower guides or something if you were in a botanist book or something like that. Those are really neat. So I kind of just do like a pre-roll and I just kind of flatten it over it. And push it over it, so it's got like a pre-curl on it, like that. And then from there, I just kind of squeeze it in between my fingers like I'm doing that, but doing it with the awl. And it literally just does this perfect roll. I can't remember if this is how the guide tells you to do it, or if I just figured this out, but I like how I do it. And it'll kind of start to come apart, but now you've got a nice pre-roll on it, so it'll do it a lot more naturally. And then I'll get a little bit of Aleene's. This is where it can get kind of sticky, but if you do it light enough, it won't. So you do just a light amount where it's tacky, right? And you spread it on with your finger. And then you do that same motion. You kind of make sure it's straight while you're doing it, and push hard enough to where it's really tight. And then just keep going and then hold it. Just hold it there just long enough for that tacky glue to dry. And then you can just pull it off and you got yourself a wrapped scroll. And it's all nice and rolled up now. So we'll do the same thing for this one. And it's all nice and rolled up now. If I can ever pick it up, there we go. So kind of push it in there. We'll do the pre-roll. And I love how it does the perfect curl. Instead of trying to do it with your fingers and you bend it in the wrong spots. I did that a lot with some of the first scrolls that were in here. That were on the map room shelf. The only thing you have to do is make sure it's rolling straight. That can be kind of difficult. There we go. Good pre-roll. Makes it sound like I'm rolling cigarettes or something. I'm glad I said that this stream wasn't for kids, because YouTube would hear me mention alcohol even though it's isopropyl alcohol, and now I'm rolling papers, so this is why you always tell YouTube, unless you are specifically making your content for kids, that it is not. Otherwise you can get like major strikes or something like that. I'm not 100% sure on that, so YouTube don't come for me, but as far as I'm aware, that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure on that, so YouTube don't come for me, but as far as I'm aware, that's okay. How it works. 2 perfect little scrolls. And I'll just say this right now, whenever you're putting these things away, put them down. Do not keep them in something this way up, because I have poked myself more times than I'd like to count. Put them down. Do not keep them in something this way up. Because all of the clamps off of here. Okay, so we'll set the scrolls after we sit it on this back wall. I kind of try to figure out how I want this to go, because it wants it on top of the wire, and then the wire just kind of chills. Oh, I know what it wants me to do. I'm seeing it in the picture now. So it. Oh, I know what it wants me to do. I'm seeing it in the picture now. Really? So it. Huh. Okay. Man, I really screwed this up. But that's okay. It wanted me to bring it, like, from the back here? Man, I really screwed this up. But that's okay. Like, bring it up around or something, and then bring it through here, and then curl it up, and then out past the fence. So, I'm just gonna do it the way I want to do it, because this is confusing. So I'm going to pull the part that needs to be out through the back, and I'm going to try and make these lights look interesting along the back here, like that. And then the sandpapery thing is going to lay on top of this. Right there. So I'm wondering if I should resin down the lights right there. So I don't see necessarily any harm in that. I'm gonna try it. I'll do it with tweezers. I'll be careful. But I just want it to sit there. That's all. So let's just do a tiny bit of glue. Like just enough for it to stick on something. And then I'm just going to sit this on it like that. Let's see if that does it. Or if I'm destroying the lights. Hey, you know what I didn't say not to, right? Or if I'm destroying the lights. And the chaotic neutral in me is saying go for it. Hey, you know what so we're gonna go for it. And the chaotic neutral in me is saying go for it. So we're gonna go for it. It looks like it's working. Yeah, look at that. It's down. It's not going anywhere. So now, yeah, look at that. Let's see, our books are supposed to sit kind of in this back corner like this anyway. Books are supposed to sit kind of in this back corner like that. Can I squish you? Yes, I can. There. So it'll kind of sit like that. You won't really see it then. No, it disappears. Look at that. That's so neat. No, it disappears. Cool. Okay. That's so neat. All right. What do I want to use? Probably. I'll probably use. Yeah, I'll use beacons. Why not? So I'm gonna put down a little bit here and a little bit here. Just like that. I should probably be putting it on the bottom of this. Yes, I can do a tiny bit like that. I should probably be putting it on the bottom of this. Yes, I can do a tiny bit like that. Try to press it down. There. I just gotta hold this for a second. This really does look cool. I'm impressed with how this turned out. I guess the sandpaper is supposed to mimic leather or something. Impressed with how this turned out. It does look cool. I just think I'd probably try to find a piece like a faux leather or something like that. Pleather, whatever they call it, instead of sandpaper, because I never want to cut sandpaper ever again. I'm so sorry, I keep touching my damn tripod. I'm not used to having a tripod on the floor, and normally I have a tripod on the table, but I got a new camera recently. I upgraded from the EOS M50 to the EOS R100. But the lens I have is kind of like a zoom lens, and I really need it to zoom out more. So, but the lens I have is kind of like a zoom lens, and I really need it to zoom out. There we go. So, all right. I got a little piece of glue on that. There we go. All right, check that out. If I can get it on the screen. There we go. That is really neat. And now the battery box just will connect to this back here. That is super cool. Oh, the scrolls. I almost forgot about the scrolls. I'll stick the scrolls. Let's see. Oh, the scrolls. I almost forgot about the scrolls. Put the scrolls right here. I'm going to use a tiny bit more right on top there. Because I really wanted to see the flowers on this one. I'm going to lay it just like that. There we go. Now that part's done. It's got little scrolls on it. That is incredible. I love the book. Now that part's done. It's got little scrolls on it. If you angle it correct, you can't see the lights. I just love the moss and the pages. That's probably my favorite part. I love it. Okay. I just love the moss Alright, next step is actually I'm going to switch it over. There we go. Autofocus is a little slow today. I'm going to switch it over to this one because the next step is actually we're putting the whole thing together. And so this is going to sit off to the side for a second. We don't need that part, but we do need this clock tower and this. Now, if I remember correctly, there was something I needed to fix in here. Oh yeah, that's right. So, my husband and I think I've mentioned already, we play Warhammer a lot. And since we don't have a ton of terrain, because we kind of ran out of money after buying our armies and our books, we haven't had the time to print any terrain yet with our 3D printer. So we've actually used these 3 parts on their own as like obstacles and terrain pieces. So one night when we were doing that, I don't know how in the world this happened because it's so I would have expected one of these to snap off first, but it didn't. But I actually had one of the... Oh no, it did actually. It's not... I was thinking the ladder came off. But the ladder's in there. I just painted it so it looks different. So it did come off. But it's just one of these. Oop, right there. So that won't be hard to get back on. And actually, I think what I'm going to do is use my new resin glue and see if this works even faster. So let's give it a shot. Whoa, that's a lot. And again, I'll say it again, I am being very dumb and not using gloves when I should be with this. You can't really see it there either. So just have to bear with me while I get this glued on. Can probably do it. Yeah, there we go. Hold it with this one. There we go. Man, that works so well. I'm in love with this. I'm going to be using this glue forever now. And buy like 3 or 4 more bottles. That is awesome. And it's on there. That's not going anywhere. That's great. Okay. I'm probably going to be using it here in a minute too, because one thing I noticed when I was kind of, you know, just playing around with it and sitting it together to see how it would look and everything. Move a couple of things out of the way because I'm gonna need to move this a little bit to give me more space. One of the things I noticed, and you'll probably see it when I try and stick it together here. Oh, this one does it okay, which is good. But I think it's this piece doesn't want to sit flush. So that's going to be kind of interesting. Yeah, next step is to put all 3 of these together. Actually, I think... No, that's exactly where that sits, doesn't it? Okay. So, I think I just need to take this off. I don't really need this for putting all 3 of these big pieces together. So we'll go ahead. just going to pull this down, put it on the floor. I might need those. I might need that too. And I definitely am going to need that. Unfortunately, I don't have a ton of table space in here, so sometimes things have to go on the floor. Okay. So, first step, actually I think you can kind of, well, it's because this part has an edge on it, or this part's higher than back here, it wants to fall backwards. So I'm gonna have to try to get it to lean forward a little bit. Yeah, that's where it's doing it. So some of the pieces are warped, and I didn't see that they were warped until I kind of got into this more. But if you look back here, these parts are flush. This isn't my problem. It's up here that's the issue. And you can kind of see it lifts. So I might glue this part first and just not worry about that, because I don't even think you're not going to really be able to tell either. And then this goes on like that. And this thing was having a hard time being flush as well. This part was the real problem when I was messing around with this and trying to sit it up, see how it was going to look. So everything is flush down here, but right here, oops, push this up a smidge. So everything's flush along the bottom. You can kind of see it starts to veer off to the left. And I kind of have to press it in. Again, obviously not the end of the world, but from this angle you can actually see the gap in here. So we're gonna try it. It shouldn't be too much of a big deal. But the first thing I need to do is I need to put glue on this whole thing right here. And I'm not really sure what glue I want to use, because this is going to be sitting for a hot second. So, because I could use the UV resin glue. I could use the UV resin glue. I'm surprised you guys can't hear my cat. He is actively meowing at my studio door. He is our son with attachment issues. He is our son with attachment issues. And I want to go out and play with him, but I want to keep staying in here for a little bit longer. The hard part is I can't really clamp this. So that should be interesting. And also, I should probably put glue along the top here too. I'm going to use beacons. That should be interesting. And also, I should probably put glue along. Let's see how this does. I'm going to use beacons. I can't believe after a year I'm finally gluing this thing together. This is what I got for Christmas from my in-laws last year. I can't believe after a year I'm finally gluing this thing together. This is what I got for Christmas. And I worked on it off and on. I was still trying to figure out how the channel was going to work. And if I was going to showcase this stuff or not. I did, I think, a live stream with this. I'm not 100% certain. Oh, wow. Well, the resin's hard. This is what I heard about resin glue not always working. So it dries, but sometimes the parts you put with it don't always like it. So I'll have to go back and fix that in a little bit. And that's the reason that piece broke off. There we go. It's not really holding in the places I wanted it to, but it's in at least 2 solid places. Wow, I cannot believe that happened. That's crazy. Because the resin's dry. Wow, I cannot believe that happened. That's crazy. Because the resin's dry. I can do it again real quick. It looks like there was something that was a little wet. And the reason it's wet is because the UV light couldn't get to it. And the reason it's wet is because the UV light couldn't get to it. So I think what I'm going to do, the only real danger is, as far as I'm aware, is if you get the glue on your fingers and then you put the UV light on it. So I'm going to go wash my hands real quick and just make sure this is all gone. And then we'll come back and I'm going to get the second piece on here. Okay. Hopefully that's done a little bit of drying. Yeah, looks like it's done some drying. I'll get this last piece on. I think I should probably do this one from the front. And excuse me. There it is. And it's this whole part right here. I took a few more seconds because I had to give my cat a little bit of love before I came back in here. He jumped into my arms and he was like instantly purring. Like, Mom, where have you been? For the past 4 hours. Just busy, sweetie. Mom, where have you been? For the past 4 hours. Okay, so the back won't be flush. But honestly, I think that's gonna be okay because this looks great right here. I just push that into it. That's definitely not gonna be flush up here. If I hold it like that for a second, that should be fine. Just a few more seconds just to make sure this thing is on here. Not going anywhere. Just a few more seconds just to make sure this thing is on here. I know there's more stuff that sits on this staircase, so I'm kind of interested to see how that's going to look. We don't have a lot more to go for this. Cool. Looking pretty nice. Looking pretty nice. Okay. All right, next part is my favorite thing, the staircases, because we have a staircase that goes from here to here. Alright, next you're gonna sit over there. And I may not be able to get the whole mat. I want to keep things flat right now. But I can bring this up here. Go. That should be okay. staircase. I've already got the stairs right here. And so we're gonna have a little bit of work to do before, oops. Just dropped my tweezers. I'll have a little bit of work to do on these before I can assemble it, because I really like making these look nice before I do anything else with them. Unless, did I already paint these? Kind of looks like I did. I need to get out the other staircase. Gotta pull a few things out. This part right here. So we have A6 and A7 that need to come off of here. And instead of pushing these out because they're so fine, such fine pieces, I like to use an X-Acto knife to kind of cut them out at the perforations. And then I can sand it down. And then it should just come right out. There we go. And then it just comes right off. There we go. Both pieces ready to go. Now we'll take what little sandpaper we have left. And just sand down those few parts. Perfect. Now I've painted all my stuff white, so that's what I'm gonna do next. Actually, these weren't white. These were a different color. This was white. This wasn't. Yeah. This was a different color. This is white. The same color as the rest of this thing. This was a different color. This is white. The same color as so I actually do have a couple. These came with a different miniature I had, and it's a fairly decent white, but it takes a lot of layers. And I do actually have this white. I know I mentioned earlier that Citadel does not have a good white. I think I did find a white that isn't terrible from Citadel, called White Scar. This one. I still think I like the Army Painter white better, but I'm thinking I actually started using this. I still think I like the Army Painter white better, but again, it's been a while since since I've worked on this miniature, so I can't remember. This is a layer paint. If it was a base paint, I'd feel better about it because base paints are not as watered down and they're much thicker, denser paint, and you don't need as many layers. But this is a layer paint for a reason because you can layer it on. So I'm gonna do a little experiment. Oops. I thought that was still on mute. Okay. Okie dokie. So I'm going to do a couple of different things real quick. I've got the matte white from Army Painter, and I've got White Scar. I don't think I've done a comparison yet, so I kind of like to see how different these are. I'll probably need to go get myself some water. Actually, I'm definitely going to need to go get myself some water. to do a little painting. I've used so much of this. That looks exactly the same, but like I said, this is a layer. It's actually pretty nice for a first coat. And I will say that the Citadel layer paints do layer well. So yes, you're going to be doing multiple coats, but that second coat is going to look phenomenal. So let's try the Army Painter base paint. This definitely is a thicker paint up here. A little bit brighter. And that does not need a second coat. Yeah. White scar is great. So that is a white, and I forgot we have it. I might have to tell my husband about that. Because we've been using the matte white forever. But the matte white from Army Painter really is thicker. I don't think I'm gonna have to do a second coat with that. So I'll get all the outsides and then we'll move into the inner parts. I just like the idea of this being bright white instead of just a wood color, because it stands out more among all the other dark colors I have on here that I've already painted. I'd have to do a few spots. This is why these miniatures always take me longer, because if I hadn't painted, we would have already probably be halfway through assembling the staircase, and then probably in the next few minutes be getting it on the miniature. But I really, really like taking my time with these and making them look exactly the way I want them to look. And yeah, I do follow directions often and fairly closely, but only where I like how it looks. If I like how the instructions have made something look, I'll follow it to a T, because I want to achieve what I saw the instructions achieve. But if I feel like something could be better and it will still work within how the miniature is intending it to work, I'll still do it, meaning that it'll still go together properly, I should say. It hasn't been very often where I've really had to jerry-rig something in order to get it to sit right, or because it wasn't the intent of the model to look like that. That's really nice. It's the only coat I'm gonna have to do. That is perfect. need a little bit more of this. Usually I have a wet palette for paints. And it's what I use for all my other Warhammer and D&D miniature painting. But all that stuff is downstairs today because my husband and I paint our miniatures down at our dining room table. So I'm not going to bother with it right now. I've got this little palette up here and that's what I'm going to use. You know, come to think of it, that's actually a big theme of things that I've been learning this year, in particular. So just recently, honestly, since we're still in January. But it's a big theme I've been learning, or realizing is a theme for me this year, I should say, is that not everything has to be perfect. And that's especially true when it comes to business and stuff like that, because I've been wanting to start my YouTube channel and start a business and do everything like that for over a decade now. And a lot of life circumstances came and went that I'll say made it more difficult to achieve lots of different things. I went through a divorce, my mom passed, a lot of health issues through the entirety of my 20s. So there was a lot of things that could prevent becoming a startup or starting a new business or something like that. Something where you really need to have a pretty solid and grounded life in order to keep things going smoothly, I'll say. Not 100% necessary, but I know a lot of people that their business is what got them through hard times. I've never been one of those people. But especially, I will never weaponize ADHD and say that it uses an excuse by any means, but I have definitely noticed personally that there were a lot of times where keeping things together when like the world was falling apart or something like that is extremely difficult for me. And after finding out that I do have ADHD, it was never it's not something I like to wear around my neck or anything like that. What it is, though, is it made me realize, okay, if I do want to start a business, or if I do want to do YouTube or anything like that, what are the tools that I personally need to be successful, because I know myself better now. That's how I've always seen being more aware of my mental health. And I didn't really start doing that until a couple years ago. And it's something I would encourage anybody to really... I don't want to just put a cliche term on it and say focus on your self-care. It's more about start to focus on where you're at personally and what you can do to better yourself. Whether that's growing spiritually in your faith or focusing on your mental health and what's stopping you, and not just using it as not using your circumstances, saying, well, circumstances are stopping me. Circumstances are going to be everywhere all the time, and I've really learned that circumstances are outside of your control, and it's really about focusing on the things that are within your control that matter. Like, doesn't matter what's going on in my life or in the world, but I can focus on where my mental health goes and how I take care of myself. So those are the things that I'm going to focus on. And for me personally, as a Christian, I get back in the Word of God as much as humanly possible and ask God to help me with anything that's going on in my life. So for me personally, that helps a lot, along with focusing on what my mental health is like and what I need to do to get better or make it work for me, really. I've heard a lot of people say that ADHD is a powerhouse, and I'm just now starting to see that that is absolutely true if you're supporting it correctly. And one area where I really saw its strength was just a couple weeks ago. My husband and I had a weekend retreat. We did a business retreat, and we were getting ourselves organized for the new year, going through a lot of papers, a lot of things that to get ourselves reorganized, get the business reorganized for the new year and all of that. A lot of focus time. And one thing I learned about both of us, because my husband has ADD. He doesn't have ADHD, but he has ADD, which is still very much a thing. That did not disappear when ADHD got kind of huge in the last 10 years. But what I learned is that ADD in particular, and I don't know if this is just his personality type or if this is an ADD thing across the board, because I don't have that, so I'm unaware. But what I've noticed is he can focus for about an hour on something. Even if he's enjoying it, he can focus for about an hour and then he has to take a break. What I learned about myself during that same period of time, we're doing the same things, focusing on the same stuff, is I do not need to take that many breaks. I can focus for 4 to 5 hours at a time. If that dopamine be hitting, I don't have to take breaks. Which is kind of a detriment. It's not something I would brag about. It's I should be taking breaks, which I've tried to do a couple times today, and I'm so thankful. I really felt like God sent us our cats when we actually found them in our backyard tree stump and adopted them. That's where we got our cats from. We didn't decide we wanted cats one day. So they just fell in our laps, literally. And we couldn't, and since Kyle and I are animal people, we couldn't help but say, absolutely, we're taking them. But I truly believe they were God sent, because my cat Chopper, who yes is named after Chopper from One Piece, he absolutely gets me to take breaks, because at very specific times of the day he meows at my door and he will not stop until I go out and pick him up. And not necessarily, he doesn't necessarily want to play a ton, he just wants to be held and purr in your arms and be petted and kissed. And yes, he loves hugs and kisses and pets. I've heard people say that cats don't really know what that is, but our cats definitely do. They know what hugs and kisses and pets are. Of course, that might also stem from the fact that we've raised them since they were somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks is what we know that they were. We've only guessed their age. But we had a vet confirm that they were somewhere between 2 and 4 weeks old when we got them, and we weaned them ourselves. But I'm really glad that we have them because, like I said, it's forced me to understand my time better. And which I struggle with because executive dysfunction and time blindness, which are very, very much a thing for me. But it's forcing me to, yes, I can focus for 4 or 5 hours at a time, but it's forcing me to say, okay, I'm allowed to take a break, get some water, go to the bathroom, breathe some fresh air for 5 minutes. Like, it's allowing me, my cats are allowing me to recharge even for 5 minutes, which it's been hugely helpful, and I'm noticing the benefits of it already. And that I really was pushing myself way too hard because a lot of people that I have heard on the internet, I mean, people with ADHD get on the internet a lot and talk about what's going on them, which I think is fantastic because it brings so much more awareness to it. But one thing I've noticed personally is I just don't like giving myself those chances to care for myself, even in small things. And I didn't realize that I was doing it at all until I heard more people talking about it, and then just kind of taking mental notes and realizing, oh yeah, I do that to myself quite often, and or even coming down to actually getting therapy and realizing, yeah, you do these things and there's stuff you can do to take care of yourself. I don't know why I really wanted to talk about that all of a sudden, but I thought it was something just good to note. I don't even really remember why I got on that subject, to be honest. That's ADHD for you. I don't remember why I started a topic. Okay, so all I'm doing here, because I got both sides, is now I'm going in with a smaller brush, and I'm doing all the inner pieces. So you can kind of see, if I flip this over, you can see the dark spots in between the railing, and on this side you can tell I got in there for the most part. I need to do the bottom still, but this just adds an extra layer of the realism to it, and I love realism in miniatures. It's kind of, I've noticed it's kind of my thing. It doesn't look perfectly real because of the size. Not the end of the world, but I like trying to achieve that. Does it take a lot more time? Absolutely, but to me it's more relaxing when I can just make the decision to change something that I really want to do and make it look exactly the way I want it to look. And if it helps give ideas to other people in the process, I'm all for it. And I'm not going to do this because this gets glued down, so I don't really need to have that painted. Try to get in here. Oh, that looks really nice. Cool. Now, I don't think. I don't think I did this other side because I don't know if you can see it from there. Yeah, now you can see it right here. I made this other part of the staircase brown to go with the stairs, the edges of the stairs. So I'm thinking, because that's gonna sit in here on this side anyway, I think I'm just gonna make this brown. And this, I think I'm just gonna leave these the way it is because I think I left these. I think I'm just gonna leave these the way it is because I left the stairs just the way it was. And what I can do is I can always go back in with a fine brush later, just like this, and kind of get the edges. So I think I might do that. I'm going to leave it the way it is. I'm going to paint this though. I want to paint this. So I think I might do that. I'm going to leave it the way it is. Trying to remember what color I used for that though. I think I know what I used. I think I used the same color I used on the walls. So let me grab that. Not dark enough, I can always add something else. But I'm pretty sure I used Basilicanum Gray. So that's what I'm going to try. I'm pretty sure I used Basilicanum Gray. Yeah, I think this is what I used. And what's great is you can layer this thing too. There, and I'm only gonna do the risers. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. There, and I'm only gonna do there. So yeah, I can go back once it's kind of dried a little bit and make it even darker. So yeah, this looks like what the other side does, so I'm pretty sure this is what I did. This looks like what the other side does, so I'm pretty sure this is what I did. Maybe that was brown. I don't know. When this dries down, I'll be able to tell. Maybe that was brown. I don't know. When this dries down, I'll be able to tell. I'm just waiting for this part to dry right here. Go back in with a second coat. I'll make it nice and dark. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna let that dry real quick. Scoot that back as much as I can. Okay, now this is the super not fun part. I actually hate stairs. Because okay, now this is the super not yeah, I sanded these already. I have to glue each one of these on like this. And then get the other piece on it. Glue each one of these on like this. And I need one other piece. I think it's this. Yep, all the A37s are off and I need A39. Which is just the top part. All the A37s are off and I need A39. Which is just the top part. Well, this thing's technically done now. I really don't toss any frame pieces until I know until the miniature's done and I know I don't need it anymore. There we go. So what I think I'm gonna do, I have all the pieces done, or ready to go I should say. I think we're gonna leave it there for now because the stairs are gonna take a long time and there are several things. There's actually a lot still to do in order to finish this, so I'm gonna leave it there. We'll come back to this next Saturday and try and finish it up. So I'm gonna leave it there. We'll come back to this next Saturday and try and finish it up. So I'm gonna bring it back over here. For now, we did really, really good. As a matter of fact, I can actually pick this up now because it's dry. This looks really phenomenal. I like how this is turning out. There's two bases that go on the bottom of this, so it actually has a nice solid platform to sit on. There's a ton of stuff we still have to do with this, and there's even some things that go in the middle here, so. But there's plenty left to do. Well, I think we'll be able to finish this up next week. That's going to be my goal anyway. So, I got hot. I had to put my hair up. But I cannot thank you guys enough for being here and spending time with me today. I really wanted this to be a time where we can just be cozy and hang out and do miniatures together or craft together or just chill. So, I really appreciate you guys being here today. We'll do these every week. The goal is for it to be 12:30 to 4:30. That didn't work out so well today, so I pushed it an extra hour so we could have more time to do stuff, and I'm really glad I did. So, new Christmas haul and 2026 update video is coming out before next Wednesday. My goal is to have it by about Tuesday. But it will be on the Kitsune Kustoms Facebook page, the Kitsune Kustoms Instagram, the Discord channel, and I think I might post it up on TikTok as well or something like that, of when that video will come out. So be looking out for that. There's more videos coming down the pipeline. You might have seen the instructions to this in the back. I am currently working on the latest Mayberry Street I'm doing is the Chocolatier. That one's almost completed, so that'll be the next Mayberry Street tutorial that's coming out. And after that one, I think we're doing the Mayberry Street coffee shop, which will be the biggest Mayberry Street I've done to date. So if you want to check out any of those other tutorials, those are on the Mayberry Street playlist on my YouTube channel. And I thank you guys so much for coming here today. I had so much fun just working and having everything alive and uncut. That's one of my favorite things to do, so you guys can see really how the process of making things and taking things apart in the kits and looking through the directions and how real and easy it can be. So, and that's my goal, is to make things as easy as possible and to have fun while you're doing it. So I hope you guys had as much fun as I did today, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!